I'm behind the times here. Already had skier number 1, Kevin Kirkland, off the dock.
Okay, Kevin Kirkland coming on the way back there, just did a 180 tumble to 2, going down for 180 tumble for 2 reverse, standing up at the moment, still got a little bit of time left, but decided to, here we goes for a 1 foot, going in towards the toe, unfortunately puts that foot back down again, and runs out of the time. So it's not a too bad run for Kevin. Scored 200 points in round 1, so I'm pretty sure he's made an increase on today's skiing. Next skier on the dock, I believe, will be Lee Stone. Lee Stone's got this real cute Superman suit. Came into the event with 260 points in round 1. This whole division has 25 skiers, 13 in the first group, followed by the balance to make up the 25 in group 2. Highest score in that event in round 1 was Jerry Cronoya. He got 4,100 points. Next down, Doug, who got 2,030. So, okay, so we've got an improvement from his first round of 360 points, I believe. 320, 320 points for Kevin, 320 points. Probably putting a big guess today, but I think it'll probably come right that to be on the podium, you're going to have to probably most likely trick over the 2,000 point mark. Okay, so you can see the drone shot. The tournament boat now gets pushed out, leaving the dock. Look like Lee will be doing, I'm pretty sure, a back flyer. This is pretty cool. The dock is around about 3/4 meter off the water, so it's quite a good slap, but it's a great trick to do. Here he goes, Lee Stone. Drops it, flies. Ooh, a bit, no, that's okay. A little slow on the pull out. Had a little bit of slack rope, but he made it. Well done, Lee Stone, for the back flyer for 300 points. Pulling up out into the wake, getting out into the curl, setting himself up probably for his first 1 foot for 100 points. Let's see what we're going to rock out here. Lee Stone coming into the course. There he goes, and now, oh, not quite sure what he did there. It was either a back to front or a 1 foot, but Lee would get 300 points for the start on the way down. Fly is 100, and the deep is 200. It's 200. It's 300.
Unless they didn't pay him for the flyer, but if they didn't pay him for the flyer, that was the boat driver's fault. They didn't go.
The deep is 200. So Lee Stone's now down the other end, unofficially just did the back fly and missed his first trick, so he'll get 300 points going down on the way down. They're just changing his handle, taking off the backwards handle, and now putting on the front. Throws it very nicely on towards Lee, hits him on the head, but that's okay. He is Superman and can handle any punishment that the judges give to him. So we have a 1.5 minute turnaround once the jet ski gets down there. So very shortly, in about the next 30 seconds, Lee Stone will be coming back in the forwards position. First round, Lee scored 260 points. I was talking to him today and he wants around about the 800 point mark. Unfortunately, fell on his first trick coming down. So he's got his work cut out right now, but any minute. Okay, he's called in gear. The boat's now going. Here he goes. Pulls out of the water for a slow, medium pull up to around about 42 miles an hour. Either be doing a 1 foot or a 2 foot stand up, and stands it up. Here we go, Lee Stone from USA coming to the course, stands up on his 1 foot, puts it down a fraction early. Here it goes. Trick number 1 is a 1 foot wave, followed by a 1 foot wave reverse. Now going in for the rope on toe, nice rope on toe. Going in for the sit down, stand up, and a small cutout to finish his run. So that should be an improvement from round 1 coming back in. Especially if that back flyer, I'm sure Lee will be happy with that result. Next skier on the water, John Knight from Australia. First round, 320 points in round 1. So just a reminder, this is the finals of Senior Men's Trick Finals competitors we have here today. Highest strict score was 4,100. We're looking around about the 2,000 plus to get a podium finish this weekend. Next ski on the water is John Knight from Australia. A first round score of 320 points. We've got a beautiful picture there of the Sanger going down to the judges. So it looks like John Knight's going to be doing a front flyer. There we go. Off he goes. A front flyer off the dock. He's cutting outside the wake, setting himself up for either a 1 foot stand up or a 2 foot stand up. It's going to be a 2 foot stand up, nice and clean and clear. Now he's going into his first trick. It's a 1 foot, followed by a 1 foot reverse. Now we go into a 1 foot reverse again, a 1 foot wave, a 1 foot wave reverse. A sit down, stand up to 1 foot. A sit down, stand up to 1 foot reverse. A little bit of a bobble. Oh, a beautiful hop. Now he comes in for a wake in hop. And he might just get that wake in hop in time. Definitely not, Dave. I don't think actually 1 foot left to surface. Okay, folks, here comes John on the way back. He may be coming back in the backwards or the forwards position. We're not quite sure, but we'll tell because he's going to roll over if that's the case, and it looks like it is not. So here comes the boat coming back into the course again. He did a 2 foot start on the way in, so he's probably going to do a 1 foot stand up coming into the course now. Lines up, the boat starts to accelerate up to speed. Here he comes, John Knight from Australia. Stands up on the 1 foot and holds it. Beautiful, well done, good points. And going in for, oh, that's a toe, but didn't quite get in the toe strap. Second attempt for that front toe. Here we go, third attempt for that front toe. Four. Oh, unfortunately falls on the fourth attempt of his front toe coming into the course. So that's an early fall for John Knight. Bennett Pearl is sitting on the dock now, coming into the, here's our next competitor, all the way from Canada with a score of 350 in round one. Once again, it's another beautiful warm day. That total score. Total score for John Knight is 440. Being 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the temperature now is around a pleasant 36 degrees Fahrenheit, Celsius, around about 90 degrees. The whole week that I've been here, I have not seen a cloud in the sky. We've had beautiful mornings when we turn up. A little chilly, however, but that only hangs around for like about an hour, and when she gets into around about 9, 10 o'clock, it gets into a beautiful 24 degrees Celsius. So the tournament boat's just getting instructions for the next skier who will also be doing a flyer. And in the rules, what happens is the boat will stay at the dock right up to the 10-second call. And then the boat will idle away, and the skier will then do either a tower flyer, a dock flyer, or a deep water start. Now it looks like Bennett Pearl has elected a dock start, I believe. Yes, he has. He's got the rope and the coil in his hand right now, and the boat is now idling out on the 10-second call. Will remain in gear, and he'll give the call for the OK, which he has. Hits the water very nicely, pulls away, and shoots down the course, cutting out slowly now to the driver's side. Standing it up very nicely. There we go. Looks like he's been doing a 1 foot, followed by a 1 foot reverse. No, sit down, stand up. Going down for a tumble turn. Unfortunately, I've lost the view for the drone. It's come back again, stands back up. That's a very cautious run. Goes down for his tumble turn, back up to tumble turn, 180, tumble turn reverse, and makes the other end of the lake.
Camera from the boat, is it out altogether?
Apparently, yeah.
So it's all drone?
Did you stand up your run, or did you miss something coming into round one on tricks?
I missed some, like I screwed up a little bit at the end of my first, and I missed some at the end of my second.
And then every weekend when we go to the lake, we look
Not a lot, but I got a little bit. It was a good run, you know.
80-foot
But
round.
It was a good run.
but it,
Covered.
hopefully I can use the tag.
Okay, everybody, the boat's coming back, but I think something's gone down. I'm not quite sure. No, I'm just looking from here. He's cutting outside the wake, I believe, or he's missed the handle. He may have missed the start for John Knight. John Knight, yes, that's confirmed. John Knight misses back deep. Sorry. Bennett Pearl, my apologies. Bennett Pearl coming back, unfortunately misses back deep.
Then we would go ski, and I'd go harass my daughter and her roommates.
But 200 for Bennett Pearl.
Grew up in the business. Dad had the construction company.
Unofficial score for Bennett Pearl of 200 points. Daniel Wicks is the next skier on the water from USA. Daniel Wicks's first round score was 450 points. So he'll also be looking to improve that score a little bit, see if he can get close to the podium. So far we've had 4 skiers in this division of 13. Okay, the drone's got a beautiful shot here of the tower. There he goes, calls the call, hits the water, comes away really, really nicely, cutting outside the wash. In for his first run coming down. Stands up nicely. So Daniel Wicks down the other end of the course, sit down, stand up, a 1 foot reverse, wave 1 foot I believe, and a wave 1 foot reverse. So did some very clean tricks going down, low scoring but very, very positive, and should get some good points on the board on the way down. Shortly he'll come back. Whether he's going to be doing a front deep or a backwards deep, I'm not quite sure. Okay, coming back now for his pass number 2 in the forwards position. Tumping out some, there's a sit down, stand up, going for a tumble turn 360, back for a tumble 360 reverse I believe. Stands it up, back down for another, no, just unfortunately misses the 180 tumble turn.
next Masters. I think he put in
550, provisional for Daniel Weeks.
Daniel Wicks, 550 for Daniel Wicks, 550. Next skier on the water is Matt Ellis.
half of that. The 4,500.
So for America, we have Matt Ellis on the start dock, and he will be doing a flyer of some sort, either a front or a back flyer. It's possibly going to be a flying tumble to 2 or a flying tumble to 1. Cuts outside the wake, tumbles round, and there we go, stands up, skis away. Now into his tricks. There's a 1 foot wave reverse, followed by his next trick. It looks like a toe. There we go. And then back into toe reverse. Nice run for Matt Ellis. Okay, coming back into the course now on his second run. Does a beautiful 1 foot stand up. Into tumble to one reverse, and then goes out the front door. That's so unfortunate. But he's given the wave, he's okay. Oh, a little foot falls behind him on the replay. Next skier on the water is James Rowland. James Rowlands, there he is. Will he be doing a tower or a dock or a deepie? Duck. We can actually get it on that screen there, but
Ellis provisional 650.
so Matt Ellis provisional 650, 650 points. Nope, I don't want that. Nope, I don't want that. It's not there. That's unfortunate, and they haven't saved it anywhere for me to go to. For the last score. So James Rowlands is on the dock. Came in with a first round score of 710 points. So that's up there now. Elected to do the flying dock start. The boat starts to accelerate, gets a nice little bit of lift, a bit of height off the docks, and off he goes, skiing away. Cuts outside the wash. Ready, stands up nicely, gets those points. There goes a 1 foot wave reverse. It most likely into a toe reverse. Back down for a tumble turn. Stands up the tumble turn to one. Down for a second tumble turn. And stands up the second tumble turn.
All right. I think we have on the water Matt Ellis. Am I correct?
How cold will that be? My house? Yeah. Warmer than your lake. In the summertime.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Didn't we have that cold front move through the last time we were there?
I think maybe it's Jim Rowlands on the water. Danny Bray on deck. Yeah, I think it's Jim Rowlands is in the water down there. I see Danny Bray on the start dock. Getting ready. Some trivia about Danny Bray from 1995 to 2001. He was on a rodeo circuit. He was riding bulls for a couple of years, and then he got into steer wrestling. in the U.S. in the pro circuit. In 2003, he became the senior world champion of steer wrestling. It's the 40 to 50-year-old category. Senior world champion of steer wrestling in 2003. So these barefoot falls are nothing for Danny. He falls, the boat doesn't turn around and try to roll over him or kick him in the head.
That was so much fun when he was bull riding. We'd got to hang out with him, do the rodeo with him, try it. There were a bunch of 18,
So on the water, we got Jim Rollins, USA. Right now, leading provisional score, 650. He's coming back. Jim Rollins back deep. And he's getting, we got the live feed coming from the drone. A little more difficult to see. A couple 1 foots. Looks like he's going up for a back toe. He's kind of in the middle of the wake. He's got back out. He was wandering a bit. And he's skiing out the course. Whoa, back to front, a little bit out of time. Fell on it. Jim Rollins. Up next, Danny Bray, USA. World Steer Wrestling Champion 2003 on the water, seeing if he can get a medal in the Barefoot World Championships. Provisional score for Jim Rollins, 680, 680. I think we got an ambassador on site. If Mike Seipel is within earshot, Mike, come on up to the announcer stand. Love to ask you some questions and commentate. If Mike Seipel, if anyone sees him on site, maybe send him over to the announcer stand, please. There's Danny Bray, flying dock start on the west coast. There's the gear, there's the okay. Nice dock start. He's cheeked outside the wake. He's going to do a 1 foot stand up, 2 foot stand up, there it is. Coming into course, not sure if I got a delay on or not. There's 2 1 foots. Bit of a hop, bunny hop, tumble turn, 2 foot stand up, tumble turn, 2 foot stand up, 180 tumble, there's a stand up, reverse 180, standing it up, skiing out of the course, couple of one hands. Danny Bray. Okay, Danny Bray down the far end of the course. The rope getting tight. He did just a wonderful back to front in the preliminary round, feet to feet. Just really great back to front. We'll probably see it again today. This is the back deep. He's planted. He's coming up. There he is, up outside the wake. Coming in for pass number 2. Getting in position. There's a 1 foot. Looking for a reverse one. He's just not feeling that comfortable, I guess. He's turned around, didn't quite hang on. Danny Bray got the hands up. He's okay. Didn't quite make that back to front today. It'll be Gary Holman up next. Gary Holman. Provisional score 550, 550. 550 for Danny Bray. We're still all below 1,000 right now in this first grouping of senior N3 tricks, the 55 to 64-year-old division. Right now, the highest score looks to be 680. Jim Rollins, 680. We got Gary Holman on the dock, getting ready for dock start. You're going to get followed by Ted Klein and Zenon Bilas for the round out the first grouping of the Senior 3 trick final. The boat's in gear. There's the okay. Front flying dock start with Gary Holman. He's outside the wake. There's a 1 foot stand up. There's a 180 tumble to 1. 180 tumble to 1. He looks like he's going for a toe hold. It's a nice toe hold. Reverse toe. Not quite in there. One hand, 1 foot, 1 foot, hop. There's a skiing out the pass. Gary Holman, Australia. Okay, far into the course, Gary Holman, Australia. Then Ted Klein and Zenon Bilas. That'll round out our first grouping of the Senior 3 Men's Tricks final. We'll go into another group. Looks like maybe 10 or 11 skiers. About 12 skiers in the second group. Here comes the boat. Gary Holman, front tumble start. Cutting outside the wake. There he is, tumbled around. He is up. Looks like a 2-foot stand-up. Going down for a 360 tumble, 2-foot. 360 tumble, reverse. Stand up on 2. There's a sit stand. Looks like a sit stand, maybe to 1 foot. And a 180 tumble. Might have been just out of time. He's pretty happy. Got his hands up. Gary Holman, Australia. Great job. So we still have Jim Rollins, 680. Preliminary score is the leader. Ted Klein up on the tower, going for the high flying tower start.
We're here on the starting dock with Stuart. Thank you so much. He's one of our Centennial sponsors. Loves barefooting. Tell us
Today, what's up? Nerves, adrenaline, trying to get that zone, get rid of the butterflies. But at the end of the day, it's why we're here. This feeling, the adrenaline, and just hope to stand at my path in my hand and go home happy with that. See how it stacks up. Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
Well, best of luck to you. We're going to see you on the water in a couple minutes. And in just a second, we're going to go get some responses from the skier that just came off the water.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Provisional score for Gary Holman, 660, 660 points, provisional score. And we have Ted Klein giving the boat instructions up from the tower. Still leading the pack here, Jim Rollins, 680. We got Ted Klein and Zenon Bilas, the last 2 skiers in this first series of the Senior 3 Men's Trick Final. All right, Jim Rollins, high flying tower start, boats in gear, idling away. Here's the hit it. Looks like a flying tumble start. Yeah. Ted Klein, sorry, that's not Jim Rollins, Ted Klein, my mistake. Ted Klein, USA, tumbles around really nicely. 1 foot stand up. Coming into the course, goes down for a 180 tumble to 1. There's a reverse 180 tumble to 1. 360 tumble, 1 foot stand up. 360 tumble, 1 foot stand up, I believe. Temp, 1 foot hop. Skiing out to the end of the run, handle in hand, Ted Klein, USA. He's making a run for the pole position. Right now it's 680. Jim Rollins.
Hey everyone, I'm here with Mark Parsons. How are you doing?
Yeah, really good. Trick final this afternoon, and then it's all over.
It's
Baby bar on.
yeah, I've got my shoulder keeping together gear on, so that's all good. The water conditions here, Utopia Ski Range are awesome. Flat glass water, nice warm day in beautiful downtown Staples in Texas, and yeah, it's been an awesome tournament. The live feed has been absolutely awesome. I hope you guys watching remotely are enjoying it, because there's been some great skiing, and there's great skiing to come because I'm going to ski. Yeah, baby!
And also over here, we have Sam Bell, and I'm excited to see, this is the first time I've ever been live at a competition, to see a backwards tumble up to one.
Yeah, that took a while to learn that one, but yeah, it made sense with my skiing to try and get outside the wash in the clean water. And it's a cool trick to watch too. I saw Willie Farrell do that in one of the world's tournaments, and decided that was one I wanted to put on the belt for the night.
Love it. And that is one of the highest scoring starts that you can do in the sport of barefoot water skiing. Am I right there?
Yeah, it is. It is a hard trick to learn, but once you mastered it, it's doable, and it's a cool trick. Looks good.
It really does, and you do a great job with it. Congratulations.
You got a skier in the water.
All right. We've got a sea. I know we've got a
We've
sea
got a
of
skier on the water.
Aussies over
Ted
here.
Klein.
All right, we've got a skier on the water, so we'll probably head back to that.
Ted Klein, USA. Looks like a hop. But he got some 1-foots. Back to front, makes it. Ted Klein turns to the front. He's going to the back. Doesn't quite make it, but Ted Klein, beautiful back to front. Looks like we may have a new leader in this senior trick event with one skier to go in the first series. We'll have to wait for that preliminary score. I'm up in the announcer stand. I got Danny Bray, who just skied up here with me. You took a bit of a tumble on your back to front today. How'd the water feel out there, and how'd you feel out there?
The water conditions are great. I just got to keep learning, keep training.
I was just telling the crowd before you went that, because I know you from the West Coast, about your accomplishments in steer wrestling, of all sports. It's not a mainstream sport. World steer wrestling champion in 2003. Now, how did that come about?
It came about back in about 93. My grandfather died, and I spent a lot of time with my grandfather, and he was a rodeo clown and trick roper. And my mom was a barrel racer, and my dad was a water skier. So I got to grow up in both environments at the same time, which was a lot of fun. And he always wanted me to try rodeoing, and once something clicked in my mid to late 20s or early 30s, and I decided to give it a try. And one thing led to another. I rode bulls for 2 years, and then moved on to steer wrestling, which was really a natural environment for me.
Hey, Dad, we got maybe another 15, 30 seconds. Tell me just steer wrestling. Give me a quick rundown of where are you, where is the steer, how does it happen?
Well, what happens is the steer is in a chute inside an arena, and he gets a head start depending on how big the arena is. But it's usually between 15 and 30-foot head start. Then once he breaks his neck rope, little string on it, we're able to move our horses and move out to catch the animal.
Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit more about that after we got Zenon Bilas, final skier in this grouping of senior 3 skiers. Looks like he might be, I don't know if he's getting it. He looks like a dock start. There's a dock start. I think he might have jumped a little early. Zenon earlier, yesterday, world slalom champion in this division. There's a 1-foot stand-up. Nice and clean for Zenon. He's got a lot of years of skiing behind him. Here's a neck hold, teeth hold. There's a 1 foot, the reverse 1 foot, 1 foot, 1 hand, 1 foot, 1 hand, all nice and clean. There's a hop. Here's Zenon going for a toe. There's a nice toe hold. Is that a reverse toe? Reverse toe. Skiing out the course. Zenon Bilas yesterday got the gold medal in the slalom event. He's looking to get on the podium again here. The preliminary score, our new leader, Ted Klein, 1,200 points. The chase is on. We've got 1,200 points from Ted Klein.
Here. How was your ski?
It was great. I had a good pull. Felt good all the way through. Missed the front to back on the way back, but I'm happy. So.
Tell us about your second run.
Yeah, I had a back 1 foot reverse, back hop, nice clean back to front, but didn't reach for the handle good on the front to back and missed it.
So you're right there.
Yeah. So I can't complain. I don't practice tricks, so I'm happy.
So this was a bonus for you.
Oh yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on your excellent ski.
All right, thank
Glad
you.
to have you here for Team USA.
Yeah, thank you. Go USA.
All right, we got Zenon Bilas down at the far end of the course, just off the watercraft. I think we might have a couple seconds more. I'm just going to get back to Danny Bray. We got to the point where the steer's out the gate, breaks its neck harness 30 feet in, and now you're allowed to get your horses running down the course?
Exactly. You got what you call a hazing horse, which is on the right-hand side, and the steer wrestling horse, which is where I'm at on the left-hand side. Once that rope breaks, we get to go from 0 to 38 miles an hour to try to catch up to that steer, because that's about how fast they run. And I slide off the right side of the horse and let the horse carry my body through. Once I get to the head of the steer, I grab the horns and lock on. Just like we hang on to a steer water ski handle, I'm going to grab those horns almost in the same fashion, a little different, but the principle is the same.
Wow, that's amazing. And then grab the horns, dig your boots in, flip the steer over and pin him on his shoulder somehow so the judges say, yeah, you got him down.
So what exactly happens is your body comes in front of the steer, and I'm actually skiing. I'm barefooting on the dirt. So as the steer starts to slow down, he's a four-legged animal, so his inertia will carry him off to the right-hand side because I'm pulling his head left. And as that inertia pulls that animal around, it's gonna pop his nose up. And I mean, that nose comes right up into the side of my cheek, and when that happens, I hook him with my left hand and then roll him over into run.
Wow. Hey, that's great explanation. Steer wrestling. That's not something in the mainstream, but it's great to have this tournament in Texas. It's kind of your two loves of, Texas has got to be a mainstream for this steer wrestling. But right now we got Zenon Bilas coming in backwards. He's planted, he's up, he's outside the wake. He's getting comfortable, regripping the handle there. Zenon Bilas, 1 foot reverse. We're going to see a surface turn. Oh, we're going to see a back 1 foot, 1 hand. Probably a reverse 1 foot, 1 hand. He's skiing down the course. I don't know if we're going to see him flip around to the front. Nope, no, I think it was in a back toe to end the run there. Didn't quite see. I think he might have been in a back toe to end the run. Zenon Bilas rounding out this first grouping of men in the Senior 3 men's trick final. We're going to have a crew change and then get back to it. Danny Ray, barefoot water skiing and steer wrestling. We're in Texas. What a great spot for you to be.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. In fact, we actually used to call I-35 Rodeo Alley from March, April, and May because I spent a lot of time on that road going back and forth in those months.
Well, fantastic. World champion steer wrestler. You're at the World Championships of water skiing. Great story, Danny Bray.
Thank you, bud.
Okay, second pass was 1,000 points. Provisional, 1,000 on the second pass. Didn't quite hear the first pass provisional. Sorry, maybe I didn't get that, but it looked like he had a pretty good first pass, but 1,000 on the second pass provisional. I think Zenon may be our new leader in this senior men's 3 trick final.
For tricks due to injury, and I got to take care of my body first. So I was kind of pulling out what I could and do the best I could, and one of the things I wanted to accomplish was doing all 4 turns. That
And
was
you missed
really
one,
important
right?
to me. Well, I did the first one, and I missed the handle, and they call that a tick-tock, where you come back to the front quick, which I knew didn't count. So I did it again. So I ended up in that run doing 3 180 surface turns that didn't count any points. But ultimately I was able to accomplish my 4 turns on my feet, and that was just something for pride I needed to do, and got it done. So that was really exciting.
It's exciting to see you back on the water at, a really, really high level. And I think it's exciting for everyone that is over 40 that wants to see, pro level competition.
Yeah.
And an excellent masters event like this. So thank you so much, and
Yeah.
congratulations to you.
Thank you, I'm excited.
Okay, back to you.
All right, boat change. And then we're going to have Ronnie Meeks. Well, we just got the results posted. 12:40. I think this is a while ago, but the results were in for the Senior 2 men's slalom. And in first place, awarding later today with 13.9, Paul Stokes.
Hi, we're here
second
with
place,
legend
confirmed
Mike
with
Seipel.
11.6,
He has
Daniel
come out
Gathercole,
to this international
and in third
World
place
Masters
in
barefoot
the USA,
competition.
Eric
I mean,
Croyer,
how can I keep you
11.2.
away? So you've been to a lot of world championships, a lot of ski sites. Tell us what you think about these conditions in this site.
Well, the site obviously is unbelievable, and it's just been so much fun seeing everyone. You know, all these people I haven't seen for years and years and years. Coming back to see them all has been too much fun.
I love that. And, you know, the other thing I think is interesting is this format is so unique that it is designed just for the over 35 skier.
Yeah, that's cool that someone came up with that so they could keep promoting the sport and keep it happening.
And I think there's a lot of us that still want to ski. I mean, here I am, 48 years old. I still want to ski.
Oh my God, barefoot obviously keeps you young.
It does. It does. So we are so glad for all of the Hall of Fame athletes and celebrity water skiers that have come out to this event. Thank you so much for being here, Mike.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm having a great time. It's great to see y'all.
Great. Talk to you soon.
All right, we're about to start up our Series 2 of this Senior 3 Men's Trick Final. It's going to get pretty exciting pretty shortly. We've got skiers all over 1,000 points in the first round, going all the way up to a 2,000, and then our Jerry Knoyer's very exciting 4,100 point run in the preliminary round. So we're in for a great next hour and a half, 2 hours of skiing, and then we'll have some award ceremonies after that. Okay, Ronnie Meeks going to be doing the toe start. He's going to look to boost his score of 1,200 from the preliminary round. Right now the leader, 1,200, Jim Rollins. We're still waiting for Zenon Bilas's score. I think they may have been going to video. Some of that. Ron Meeks coming out of the water. Toe start. He's outside the wake. Looks like he made an attempt, maybe. Couldn't quite see from this angle. Toe hold. Maybe a reverse toe. He's a tumble turn, 1 foot. Looks like another tumble, 1 foot. Don't have a real good angle on this, but Ron Meeks is still holding the handle, and he's all the way into the course. Good first pass for Ron Meeks. All right, both turning around the end with Ron Meeks, and I have ambassador of our sport here up at the commentating booth, Mike Seipel, two-time world overall champion, many-time world record holder.
I'm here with Mikey Caruso, Team
Mike,
USA skier.
Great to have you here. Give us your comments so far and what you're seeing.
Tell us about it. You're wearing on your neck.
It's good. Silver medal. I got it in slalom. I was kind of stuck at 16.2 crossings for the first.
I bet
the last
how many
years,
people here went to your school? I know I went there in 1986, first ski school experience, but a lot of these guys probably that many years ago might have come down to Florida to West Palm, Lantana,
February
to
in
ski with you.
Australia.
Do you recognize
and this is
quite
really
a few?
exciting. You're a dual level skier, right? You are a senior skier, but you are also in the elite team. So this is going to be you're kind of one of the unique people. Jerry's here. We can interview Jerry.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But you're fortunate. Like everybody remembers your name because you were the legend of the sport back then. You still are. Two-time world overall champion. Used to love watching you ski. What was your? Give me your favorite thing in barefoot water skiing. Was it the trick event, jump event, slalom, or something else?
We're still going to see how the rest of the events
I
come
loved
in.
it all
You're a
back
very
in the
strong
day. I mean, when
jumper.
I was doing it.
You have led the way in
so
a
much
lot
fun,
of
but
events.
I would probably
how are
have
you
to
feeling
say
about the rest of
that once I learned the inverted jumping, I probably had the most fun kind of milking that situation for a while.
You did milk it for a while. You had the secret recipe and nobody else did. I like that. Milked it for a while. What about coaching? Favorite coaching experiences?
There's just so many of them. I mean, seeing these people here, even thinking back to being with them out on the water and teaching them new stuff and just.
Well, we got Ron Meeks on the water right now. He came up backwards. He was outside the wake. Not a real great angle for sight on what happened there. Ron Meeks fell a little early in his second pass. The towboat will be coming back down, and on the water, on the dock, Stuart Singer is up next. He may be in the water. Stuart Singer, one of our gold sponsors, Stuart Paint and Body. He'll be up next. Well, hopefully we can get our drone or our boat camera running so we can get a little better angle for the live feed. So, Mike, who was your biggest competition in the beginning, in the middle, and the end?
Well, at the beginning, what I remember is, Punky was in junior boys, and Ron was in boys, and I was in men's, and we were all sponsored by Proline Ropes and Handles, and it was all awesome. And then Ron went into the men's division with me. That's when things got a little bit hairy. We were fierce competitors, I guess at best, but now we love each other. I mean, but yeah, I actually lived with the Scarpas back then when he was in boys and I was in men's, and that was a lot of fun.
Good. What about near the end of your career? Were there any other up and comers that were challenging your kingdom?
Yeah, and everything. Eventually, it all caved in, right? They all came down. But it was fun because I remember training most of the guys that eventually, passed me up and.
Hey,
that was a lot
we
of fun
are
to
live.
see.
I'm here with Katina.
Yeah, I know Lane Bauer
Tell
spent a lot
us
of
a little
time.
bit
You
about
trained him. He
your
became world champion. John Crutchman, world record holder, world champion. You probably passed on all your advice to these guys, and they ran with it.
Yeah, they ran with it big time. And then I got older, and things were over, but it's still a lot of fun.
Well, we got Stuart Singer in the water here. Looks like he's putting his foot in the toe strap for a toe start. One of our gold sponsors. You got a 1270 preliminary round score. He's looking to up that a bit. The rope's getting tight. We're waiting for that 10-second call. And there he goes, Stuart Singer in the finals. Cutting outside the wake. Doing that toe start, plants it, beautiful toe up for Stuart Singer. There's some one hands, 1 foot, there's a hop. Couple more tricks, looks like maybe a toe hold, reverse toe. He's down for some tumble turns. Here's a 1 foot stand up, reverse, 1 foot stand up. Might have got about three tumble turns in before the boat's slowing down at the far end of the course. Stuart Singer, pass number 1. So, Mike, what do you think of the toe start? Now, I learned it pretty well. I was at your school when I learned it. I learned it pretty easy because I had great coaching. How about you? You might have learned that without any coaching, or you may have just heard about it. Or how'd that come about, and how hard was it for you to learn that toe start?
I remember it taking forever. You know, that was a long time ago. What must have been in '79 or '80. And I was in Ocala. I can remember the first times I was trying it, and you know, just trying to rock and, you know, push yourself up. But then after I got, you know, smart, I figured, well, I got this second hand here. If I lean over far enough on that toward that side and get that hand on the water and get most of my weight on the hand, then I can kind of let that do the second foot and come up on one foot and one hand and take my hand off the water after I got control, show the judges. So it got real easy once I figured that out. And I don't see many people doing that way even now. They still kind of do it with rocking and quite a bit of muscle. That, you know,
do the rock forward.
I was more technique.
Yeah. Coming up probably in more control, so to speak, sometimes than, you know, nice and slow coming up.
Yeah,
Yep.
when I figured out to lean over and put that, you know, have my fingers and hand pointed back and slightly behind me and really lean over to that side and get a lot of my weight on it, and then just help use my arm and hand to push myself up.
Interesting.
It's almost cheating. I never told anyone about it, except for the students. I never held anything back to them.
I know you didn't.
But the judges, I don't know if they would have approved that one. But eventually you take your hand off the water, show both hands to score it.
That's right. Here we got Stuart Singer back deep. He's got the plant. He's up. There's 200 points for Stuart. Cutting outside the wake. Looks like he might be going for the 1 foot to start. Did you get that drone angle? Looks like maybe a 1 foot. I think he's frontwards now, going down for a tumble. You did a back to front. Stuart Singer, he's pushing the points up in this division. There's a reverse tumble. Throws the handle. He's happy. Look at Stuart Singer. Great job. Oh, that's like dropping the mic. All right, next up, Mark Parsons from Australia. That's why you hear the chant there. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Mike, who are the Australians that were the main names that you were competing against back then?
Well, you know, the famous Brett Wing. He was the one that all of us wanted to beat back then. And, you know, he obviously was big incentive for me to become world champion. I remember going to the '78 Worlds in Canberra, Australia, and seeing him, and I was like, one day I'm going to beat that guy somehow.
Somehow or some way.
Yeah. So that's how it all started.
That's great. He was sort of the, I guess he was the first world champion maybe, or second world champion, but Brett Wing was kind of the guy back then. I remember I got a Wing wetsuit, my first wetsuit. It was a Brett Wing Signature Series wetsuit, so from Australia. Hey, Stuart Singer, I believe he's the new leader in our event with 1680 provisional score for Stuart Singer, 1680. That puts him right up there. I believe that's the leader of the pack now. We got Mark Parsons up on the high tower. Going for the tower start, boats idling out. Ropes tight. And there he goes. Looks like a flying tumble start. Mark Parsons cutting outside the wake, on his chest, on his back, spin to the front, waiting for the boat to get to speed. Plants 1 foot, beautiful 1 foot stand up. There he goes for a toe hold, nice and clean. There's a toe, reverse toe. He's going down for a tumble turn, 360, 1 foot stand up. 1 foot, one hand, 1 foot, one hand, 1 foot. a hop, maybe a one hand. Stands up his first pass, all nice and clean. Mark Parsons, Australia. I'm trying to think of the names back then, Mike. Brett Sands, obviously, he was younger than you, quite a bit younger, but he was a wake slalom specialist, I mean, he became, world champion in jump, I think, one year, kind of all three eventer, but his wake slalom was maybe a little untouchable sometimes.
Yeah, but he was definitely the next generation. Brett was one of the younger guys, but and I think he's still very much involved. If I'm not mistaken, I mean I haven't been really watching it that closely.
Yeah.
But he became one of the guys that are he dominated for a long time, but much later than Brett. It was John Stecklenburg and Brett Wing and. Mainly those
guys.
Two guys.
Yeah. I do know Brett Sand's still involved. I think he's kind of coached the Australian team, and he may even ski in the Open World Championships. I think he's still been skiing wake slalom, and he's still right up there and getting some pretty high numbers. So he might even do it in February 2023. That's a long career.
Yeah, exactly. He's still very involved. He's got a ski school over there on his right on his parents' property on. I forget the name of the river, but.
I think it's I know it's in Echuca.
Yeah.
I believe it's Echuca is the name of the town, but I don't know if it's on the Murray River.
Yeah, the Murray.
Okay, it's on the Murray River, yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Sounds
Great.
like it. Sounds familiar.
All right, we're still waiting for some provisional scores for Zenon. Well, maybe it popped up here. Okay, refresh my screen. 1350 for Zenon, 1680 for Stuart Singer. I think that's the leader of the pack right now, Stuart Singer. So the chase is on to Stuart. We've got about 10, maybe 10 skiers left, 9 or 10 skiers. And the chase is on. Mark Parsons coming in backwards, far into the course. Nice stable position. We're waiting for a 1 foot. I think we got a 1 foot or a hop. Going up for a toe. There's a back toe. It's clean. He's recovered from that. Going for a reverse. Boat slowing down. Reverse back toe not quite in time. But a good stand-up run, I'll call it, for Mark Parsons, Australia. And his teammate Peter McClung up next. Mike, did they have this chant when you were
I'm here with Stuart.
like 1984, 78, 80? Did they chant this Aussie thing back then?
How you feel?
Yeah, they've been doing it from the beginning, all the way back in
Hit everything perfect.
78, I remember.
Still had the handle, felt good. And then back pass.
And that 78 World, probably in Australia, the first
Skied
World
away.
Championships.
Awesome.
78 was that in Australia?
It's my PB, it's my practice
Right,
run.
okay, then you went to Mexico? Or
I
Marine World?
think Marine World.
Marine World?
Then
How was that?
Mexico. Yeah,
How are the water conditions there?
They were good. I mean, they had some
excited right now.
Small little pond where they did the ski show for starts, and then they had the canals behind that, and they could schedule it, basically when the winds were going the right directions for different things. I remember them kind of switching things around to make sure we always had some good water out there.
Right.
And then after that, it was Acapulco.
I just got a provisional score for Mark Parsons, 1440. 1440, so not quite into the lead position, but second highest score right now. Stuart Singer still holding on to the highest score at 1680. And next up, Peter McClung, and after him, Doug Jordan from USA. Just trying to see where Peter McClung would be. I think maybe he's going to be doing a deep start. So, Mike, when you were competing, we didn't have these Sanger inboards, but what was your, and forget about being sponsored. Come on, tell us what was your favorite boat to ski behind, regardless of your sponsorship.
Well, let me see. I would have to say, even it was later in my career that the Sangers were introduced, but to be honest with you, there's never been a better wake. You know what I mean? The thing was the fastest. I mean, especially the Sangers with the bigger engines.
Yep.
They were the fastest, and the wake got the most narrow, and they kept the turbulence was not too bad.
Yeah.
Compared to a lot of inboards. So I would say that had to be probably the best barefoot boat ever.
Ever built.
Ever built. And but the Barefoot Nautique, was kind of cool. It also, the good thing about it was like an iron going across the water, like an iron, an iron that you iron clothes with.
Flatten it out.
You could have a 6-inch chop, and if you were in the curl of that thing, it would still knock it down and flatten it out like an iron.
Yep.
And it wasn't. It wasn't as fast, and obviously the wake was much higher, was the big difference.
Yeah. Peter McClung on the dock looks like he's going to do a flying tumble start. Not too many of these. There he is off the dock, flying back tumble. He's cutting outside the wake. He's outside the wake. He's going for the spin around. Getting settled. He's spun around. He's planning. And he's coming up. I can't tell if that was on 1 or 2, but he is up skiing. Peter McClung. Looks like a 1 foot. Reverse 1 foot. Maybe a back toe. I actually don't think back toe. I don't think he had a back toe handle. But Peter McClung skiing out the course. One of the higher point starts, the back tumble. Back tumble to 1, the highest pointing start that there is. Not the best to set up for a big trick run, though, Mike. Not to start a choice to back tumble to 1. I know you could do them back in your career, but I don't think you put them into your trick run that often.
No, back tumble to 1. I mean, it's got to be the hardest. Start, by far. And nothing's even close to that as far as I'm concerned. But, yeah, or just a back deep to 1.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I mean, you're thinking you're going to win a world title. You got to put a lot of points in a run, and to start with that technical start like that, all your mind is on is getting up and not thinking about, gee, I got to pack in a world record once I get up. Well, Peter McClung, far into the course, getting ready for pass 2. What was your favorite trick to do, Mike? I know when I watched you, your line step to the front was so awesome. You turn to the back, stuff the handle, turn the step to the front.
Let me see, my favorite trick. I had a lot of them. Like I said, I loved it back when I was really involved with the competitive aspect of it. I liked that. I should say I loved it when I was winning. That I couldn't stand it when I was not winning. So it didn't take long when I wasn't winning.
When you weren't winning, you had no favorite tricks.
To retire, I didn't. Yeah, but so my favorite tricks. There was just so many of them. Yeah. Toe turns were fun. Yeah. When I saw Brett do the toe front feet to feet at Marine World, it wasn't at the Worlds. It was just at one of those San Miguel tournaments. That looked, awful cool to me. I had to go back and learn that one right away. But just a lot of fun. I even had fun. I learned to flip way on later. More towards the end of my career, after I learned the inverted jump, I think it was when I learned how to do the flips, because I think they told me if you want to make the team, you got to be able to put some scores up in the other events, we're not going to put you on the team anymore just for jumping because we got some other jumpers that can jump now.
You taught some other guys, and they're doing just as good or better.
Yeah, I taught them, and they were just as good or better. So we had some jumpers. So I think that's when I learned how to do the flip.
Here we got outside the wake, coming back, Peter McClung. Backwards, back to front. Nice, clean back to front. Here's a tumble, 1 foot stand up. Reverse tumble, 1 foot stand up. He's cutting out, going to do a toe hold just away from the wake. I think he lost the handle, but I'll call that pretty much 2 stand up passes from Peter McClung from Australia. So preliminary score 1350. Peter McClung 1350. So we still have Stuart Singer's 1680 as the highest run. Stuart Singer's 1680. We've got what looks to be 8 skiers left. Stuart Singer's 1680. We've seen some earlier high point runs end up making a medal on the podium. So 1680 right now, the number to beat to get on the to be the front runner. And I know the guy on the dock, Doug Jordan, is more than capable of doing that and a bunch more to push that score quite a ways out as something to chase. So, Mike, you were a phenomenal coach. You coached a whole bunch of people. Now, who was your coach?
I actually, we got a skier coming off the dock,
Yeah.
but
We'll just chat up Doug's round. I'll give Mike time
come
to think.
back to that one.
I know I was down there pulling up sometime. Maybe he'll bring my name up. Doug Jordan in the water. Looks like a back deep. Team Silverado. There's the okay. Rolled over. I don't think we have a drone. I'm going to have to call this. Up backwards, outside the wake, probably getting settled. Maybe a 1 foot reverse. Probably a back toe. I'd say that's a back toe. Maybe a reverse back toe. He's looking like he's standing this run up. Might even be a tumble turn at the end, so there would have been a back to front in there. Stand up pass for Doug Jordan. I know that he can pack a lot of points in his run, so that's well over 1,000 points. We'll have to wait and see, but I think that he may end up being our new leader if he could stand up this pass. And just get back to you, Mike, about your coach. Like, who coached Mike Seipel?
I don't actually consider myself a coach of barefooting. I'm more of a teacher. You know what I mean? I figured out how to really teach any trick in the book. I focused on that. Mainly because I was a poor kid and I needed to have gas money to get out there and ski, so that's how it all started. But as far as teaching, I just remember not only it was it was like a dream for me. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I can, I'm in America here where, this is an American, potential opportunity here where I can teach barefoot water skiing for a living. So I really loved it. And I took it serious, and I was laser focused, and, I was determined not only to be the best barefoot water skier and beat Brett Wing one day, but I wanted to be known as like when people came out and learned from me, they would remember that learning experience was by far the better than any other. I was competitive, you know what I mean? I wanted them to think I was the best instructor.
Yeah.
So I would call myself a barefoot instructor or teacher. As far as a coach, William is more of the coach, and William Farrell, he's more of a coaching type guy.
Did he coach you?
Not really, but I can just, his character, you can just tell, drill sergeant, and he could take what I would teach people and really bring it out of them. I think one of his best things was he just can make it fun. So when you're having fun doing anything in life, I think you can do it a lot better than when you're not having fun.
You bet. I think you nailed it. I mean, being a coach is trying to help people make it fun, help them excel, help them achieve things that they never thought they could achieve, that sort of stuff. Hey, we got Doug Jordan coming in, pass number 2. I know that Doug maybe does the toe up. Not sure if he's doing the toe up today. He's outside the wake. We'll see with the spray. I think that he lost the handle. I don't know if that was a toe start attempt, but he did lose the handle on the start. And the boat is not slowing down, giving me the impression that there's no re-ride coming. An unfortunate fall on the start for Doug Jordan. Not sure how many points he amassed in his first pass. He may have gone over 1680, but we'll have to wait and see what the provisional score is from the boat. They'll probably have that for us pretty quickly. I don't think there were too many points scored on the second pass. I think they're maybe just discussing the poll on the start to make sure everything was according to the request. I think they might be giving Doug an optional re-ride. We'll just waiting to hear what the result is. They are chatting with Doug, who's on the back of the watercraft. Not sure how big a discussion would be. If it's an optional rewrite, I'm sure he'll take it. Anyway, we'll see what the discussion is all about. Yeah, looks like they're heading in. I'm not sure if that means no re-ride. Remember, he might be electing to take a short break before his next pass. You're allowed to take a 5-minute rest if you are offered a re-ride. So we'll wait and hear what the boat has to say. Look, no re-ride. I wonder what all that discussion was all about. Oh, just chatter. Okay. Looks like Blake Ealer's up next. I'm still waiting for a provisional score from the boat on Doug Jordan's pass. We got a provisional score for Doug Jordan? And Blake Ehlers up next. One of the gold sponsors, his company, Pertinalis Construction, is a gold sponsor of this event, as well as Team Ehlers. Okay, preliminary score, Doug Jordan 1050. Stuart Singer continues to hold the pole position. We've got Blake Ehlers on the water. That's 7 skiers left. Blake Ehlers in the water in front of the dock. Going to do a start from the deep. I think if I recall, he did a back deep yesterday on his passes to start it off. Yep, there it is. There's the rollover. Blake Ehlers, back deep, looking to chase that 1680 and put a new score on the board to be number one. We got a boat feed back. This is great. Coming in the course, Blake Ehlers, back deep. We'll look for his 1 foots. I think we saw a hop, a couple of 1 foots. Here's a back toe, beautiful, nice and clean. Reverse back toe. He's in. He's recovered, comes out of it. Going for a 1 foot, 1 hand. Is that a reverse 1 foot, 1 hand? That's a hop again. Skiing out. Well, great stand-up pass from Blake Ehlers, USA. That was a big scoring pass. I'm going to say it's at least 1,200 to 1,500 points in one pass. What do you think of these 1 foot, 1 hand tricks, Mike? They came out not too long ago, after your time.
Yeah, I just took a walk down the beach with my wife and William, and we were down at the end watching people, and they were doing it. And I said, William, what's that? And well, that's to put your foot on the toe hold and let go 1 hand, or just put your foot on the toe hold is another one of them, right? You don't have to let go 1 hand. That's more points. And I said, everything's changed, I guess.
There's a lot of changes since you're in there. I think it's a provisional score from Blake Ehlers of 950. So don't know if he got all points for everything he did or part of what he did. Maybe he did. 950 for Blake Ehlers. So he's got a chance to boost this up. I know he tried to toe up yesterday, and I think he unfortunately missed it. But if he puts that in the run today, that's 400 points right out the bat, and that'll put him on his way to getting over 1680 and getting into the front position on this finals with 7. He's one of the 7 left. 1680, the highest score on the board by Stuart Singer. Here comes Blake Ehlers. Yeah, he's in the toe. He's going to do a toe up here. He needs to get all the points he can. He's outside the wake, getting settled. He's going for the plant. There it is. Went to grab the handle. He wasn't coming up. He was going back down. He went to grab the handle, caught a toe out the front, missed it. So Blake Ehlers looks like the preliminary of 950. We'll just wait for this boat to make sure they're not going to discuss any re-ride. But Blake Ehlers, 950 preliminary score. Yeah, 6 skiers left. We got the USA, New Zealand, Canada, Marcel Brunet. We got Brian Heaney up on the high-flying tower. Brian Heaney in first round, I think he was around 1,600. Yep, Blake Ehlers 950. Right now the leader of the pack is 1680 still, Stuart Singer, USA, local boy. One of the gold sponsors of the tournament, Stuart's Paint and Body. He's getting the instructions from Brian for a start, and waiting for the 10 seconds. The boat will leave the dock 10 seconds before the 10-second call, idle out, and when the rope gets tight, the skier will give the OK signal to go. So we're getting close to that 10-second call. All right, the boat is idling away. And Brian Heaney up on the high-flying tower. I know in the preliminary round, Brian did 4 turns, and they were probably 4 of the smoothest turns we've seen at this event. Just slow, smooth, concise. Here he is doing the flying tower start, looking to get above 1680. There's DeGo. There's Brian. Cheeking outside the wake. He's get that boat going. Gave him the thumbs up. Oh, he rode up the wake a bit. Was going to do a 1-foot stand up. Here's a 2-foot. Looks like he's setting up for some turns. There's the front to back. Beautiful smooth turn. Back to front. Feet to feet. Reverse front to back. Reverse back to front, beautiful 4 turns. There's a toe hold. Reverse toe, 1 foot, 1 hand, 1 foot, 1 hand. No doubt on those. What a great stand-up pass by Brian Heaney. Kind of regained his composure after what I believe he was going to try a 1-foot stand-up, but didn't quite get it. Was kind of half tumbled out of it. Mike, your comments on that run? What do you think?
Yeah, to have these older guys doing them 4 turns, that's amazing stuff. I mean, that's tough to do. I mean, as you get older, you gotta make sure you don't get hurt.
Yeah,
to be able to have the confidence to still do all 4 of them, it's pretty amazing. And he's clean, right?
Yeah, he's skiing great. That's 1,300 points preliminary score for pass 1. That would be 1,300. Puts him up near the top there. If he gets a toe up, he's going to be in the lead position, and all the rest of his points are just going to add a mass to his total. So I think, I can't recall, but I think Brian does a toe up. Maybe he's going to do a back deep on this pass. That's probably it, back deep. Maybe some, I think he's good for a line step to the front. So I don't think we've seen a line step at this event yet. But those were 4 nice smooth turns. First one of the pack. There'll probably be some others doing 4 turns here, but Mike, you're right. When I was learning at your school back in 1986, that front to back, it took me a few years to really get consistent on it. It was like the trick that separated you out. Once you got the front to back and you kind of do it on demand, it was a huge stepping stone. Was that the same when you were coming up?
Yeah, I would say that's probably the biggest stepping stone for 90% or more barefooters. You know, I don't think anyone really has an easy time learning and perfecting that one to where they're very confident of putting it into a run and making it.
There's Brian Heaney coming in 13 first pass. He's back deep. That's 200 points. Let's watch. I think, yep, we're going to see a line step position. He had some trouble on this in the preliminary round. Let's hope for the best here. There's a hop. There's a 1 foot. Reverse 1 foot. We're going to see a line step. Line step to the front. Couldn't quite hang on. Brian Heaney, he's waving. I think he's waving in frustration more than I'm okay. But that's a 200-point start. A couple of 200-point 1 foots. Maybe the hop too. If you got the hop, that's 800 points. If you didn't get the hop, 600. He still pushed it into the number 1 spot so far. That line step looked like it was coming around just perfect. He was almost feet to feet there, Mike. I know that was one of the tricks where you absolutely perfected it. I know you perfected most of your tricks, but you really were good at that line step to the front.
Yeah, I think it was mainly because I learned it on trick skis first, and I had never seen anyone do it when I was learning to do it, so I figured you got to do it the same way as you do it on trick skis, which was always feet to feet, so that was a big part of it, I think.
Yeah. I think I heard a preliminary score for Brian Heaney of 2,100 points, 2,100. That would put him into the number 1 position now. 2,100 would be actually the second highest score of this division. Jerry Canori had a 4,100. So that 2,100, that might stick for a while. We'll see, but I think we have Rob Groen from New Zealand up on the tower, and all of these next skiers are capable of hitting the 2,100 or plus. But this is the finals, Division 3, men's trick of the World Championships. Everyone's got a little bit of nerves, and it takes quite a bit to have a good run every time. Mike, you know more than anybody. Like, one little bobble and you get out of sorts, or unfortunately if you lose the handle. But practice makes permanent. That's what I heard from my instructor back in the day. Was he said practice makes permanent. Mike Seipel, the quote from you. And you lived that. I pulled you training a bunch, and other people did. And man, you practiced until you just would permanent. And I think you meant, if you practice the wrong way, it'll permanently be bad. So you got to practice perfectly.
Exactly right. But I don't think anyone trained harder than I did. I mean, I just figured if that was my secret, I'm going to just train harder than anyone else. And I also figured out that you can't just win a tournament. You got to really be, you got to win it by a lot. You know what I mean? If you really want to always be able to take home the gold.
There's Robbie Groen, big, high flying, looks like maybe a front tumble. Yep, he's outside the wake. Got out there before he had a wake to go over. Boat speeding up. Robbie on his back, spinning around. Looks 1 foot stand up, just beautiful. He's going down for some tumbles, starting out right away. There's tumble to 1, 180 tumble to 1. He's going to go 1 foot, 1 hand, 1 foot, 1 hand. Going for a toe. There's a toe hold. Reverse toe hold. Toe turn to the back. Attempt. Whoa, Robbie caught a heel in the back position. We're making sure we're going to see a wave. I think he's okay. Yeah, he's looking okay. First one of those I've seen this tournament. Maybe he did it in preliminary round, but that's a big trick. That's a big trick right there. The toe turn to the back. What was your strategy, Mike? If you had a trick, and I know you're really solid on all your tricks, but did you put your run together where I put my risky trick at the end in case I don't make it, or did you just decide I'm gonna make every trick in my run something I know I'm gonna make?
Yeah, you got to make sure that every trick in your run you're going to make, and you got to be able to do that trick run on your worst day. Or if you want to win a Worlds, you got to be able to do a world record on your bad day, because you're going to get to the tournament and you're not always going to have a good day, and and the nerves and stuff always have part to do with it. But that's what I remember thinking. Hey, if I can just really train hard enough to to have my worst day still be able to break the world record, and on my good day, it's going to be all the better.
That's a good theory. I think I heard a preliminary score of 750 for Rob Groen. Right now, leader of the pack, Brian Heaney, 2,100. I know we've got 1, 2, 3, maybe 5 skiers left. Rob Groen on the water, 750 first pass. You'd have to put a bit together to get a past Brian Heaney's 2,100 on combined total. Capable, but a little bit of a maybe that trick was out of time. We got the timer up here says that it was possibly out of time, so maybe that was Robbie's full trick run, 750, and he's got some more here. He's going to need about what is that? About 13 or 1,400 points to get ahead of Brian Heaney. All right, here's Rob into the run. Probably see him come up backwards. Yeah. He's getting set up for back deep. Got the hay, field haying in background. There's Rob Groen, rolled over, back deep. There's the plant. He's coming up. He's up. He's outside the wake. Here's a hop. Here's a 1 foot reverse. Going for a back toe. There's a back toe. Reverse back toe. There it is. Might see a surface turn here. Oh, there's a 1 foot, 1 hand, a little salute. 1 foot, 1 hand, nice and high and clean. Beautiful skiing by Rob Groen. He might have done it right there on that pass. We'll wait and see, but that was a stand-up run by Robbie Groen, New Zealand. All right, that's 1,800 for Rob Groen, 1,800. So you got a 1050 on that pass. So we still have a leader, Brian Heaney, 2,100 points. We've got 4 skiers to go. 4 skiers to go. Next up, off the dock, we're going to have Mike Milepski, USA. I think Mike had a 1650 in preliminary round. So you need to add a bit to that to get up to the 2,100 to get into a first place position. All right, the boat just getting organized for Mike Milepski. We're down to the exciting part of this last 4 skiers. We got Brian Heaney score 2,100. He put that out there, and the chase is on, as they say, or as I say. You've got 1,800 points as the second highest score now, Rob Groen, New Zealand. I think we're going to see possibly a dock start. Oh, I think Mike Milepski is going to get into the water. Yep. He'll start from the deep. Okay, Mike Milepski in the water, coming out frontwards. One of 4 skiers left. He's up. He's outside the wake. It's a 2-foot stand-up. That's a 50-point start for Mike Milepski. There he is, a 1-foot reverse. There's 60. There's a 1 foot, 1 hand, 1 foot, 1 hand. Going for a toe hold. Nice and clean. Toe hold reverse. Going down for a tumble. 1 foot stand-up. 1 foot stand-up. Reverse sit stand. There's a 2-foot stand-up, sit stand. That looked great. Mike, now that looked like a practice make permanent run.
Yeah, he definitely practiced that one, and he got it down pat. That looked good.
That takes a lot of repetition. I know you say you figure you just train more than anybody else, and that's one of the things in the recipe to be the best, right? Any day, any given Sunday, as they say. But you must have practiced your trick run like every day flawlessly or back to back.
Yeah, not only did I know that, well, I believe that, if I trained harder than anyone else, that I'm going to be able to beat anyone else. So, but I also, especially towards the end, tried to train exactly the way I was going to compete in the tournament. Like, originally, I would train and probably do 2 or 3 front runs, 2 or 3 back runs of the tricks, and same with wakes or whatever. But when you get to the tournament, you're doing the 1 run down and 1 run back. You know what I mean? And that's really the way to train. Do your 1 run down, do your 1 run back, after warming up, just like you would in a tournament. So I think that really helped towards the end, because you're doing it exactly the way you're going to do it in the tournament situation. And I was also, thought, like, if you can get the sight familiarization and actually ski on the boat that's going to pull you in the tournament, all those things, because the competition, is so close and so tough. Any edge you can possibly get, I remember trying to take advantage of it one way or another.
Yeah. No, they practicing in tournament conditions as you speed don't necessarily mean the water. It's tournament conditions is I got to do my trick and exactly like I'm doing the first pass, and then wait for a minute and a half and come back my second pass exactly like tournament, and that's where you find out the problem spots where you got to work on. You got a little hiccup in the middle of the run every time. Here's Mike Milepski, pass number 2, back deep outside the wake. Looks like he's got a back toe handle on there. There's a 1 foot, reverse 1 foot, back toe reverse. There's a 1 foot, 1 hand. There's he's going for a reverse 1 foot, 1 hand. 1 foot, 1 foot. I think he's just riding out the course. Mike Milepski, 2 stand-up passes. Team USA. There you go. Great job, Mike Milepski. I'm not so sure that was enough to get ahead of that 2100 that Brian Heaney posted and put out there. We'll wait for that preliminary, but I'm thinking it might come in just shy of 2100. Next on the water, Marcel Brunet from Canada. Mike Milepski, 1460, 1460. So yes, indeed, Brian Heaney still taking the lead at 2,100 points. We've got Marcel Brunet from Canada on the dock. He had an 1850 in the preliminary round. I know that Marcel's capable of getting to the 2,100 point and beyond. So if he's on and he does all his tricks, he's definitely capable of getting out there. 3 skiers left: Marcel Brunet, Doug Cousin, and Jerry Canoyer. All right, Marcel Brunet is going to start from the deep water in front of the dock. Looks like maybe a toe start. Yeah, he's in the toe strap. All in gear, the okay to the boat. Here's the front toe start, 400 points for Marcel Brunet. Cutting outside the wake. A little bumpy there. Beautiful toe start. Nice and clean. Here's a 1 foot, 1 hand, 1 foot, 1 hand, toe hold, reverse toe, going down for a tumble turn, 1 foot stand up, reverse tumble, 1 foot stand up, bobbles for 2 feet. There's a 180, in some bumps for a 2 foot stand up. A couple of 1 foots out of the course there. Marcel Brunet, Canada, stand up pass. I think I add that up, but there's a 400 for the start. Couple of 300 for the 700, 800. He might be just shy of 1,000 points. He can do 1,000 points on the way back. We'll have to wait and see what his score was, preliminary score. Down to the final 3 here. 2,100 is the number that Brian Heaney put out there. It's still standing. Good. That's 850 points for Marcel Brunet's first pass, 850 from the boat. It's kind of a big number for him on the second pass, but he's capable of doing it. He needs 1,250 just to tie Brian Heaney, as far as my calculations go. That'll be every trick he knows. What do you think, Mike? What was it like standing on the dock, either last off the dock, like I know you were a lot of the time because it's seated, or unfortunately if you're second to last off the dock, but even last off the dock when you're watching these guys and they're putting out their personal bests, how does that affect you when you're watching?
Sometimes it affected me in a good way, but sometimes, it gets the best of you. But I always tried to, figure out a way to channel it to make me ski better, but it didn't always work. But if I trained hard and I was really prepared mentally and stuff, it always works. But it just, right. I remember, times when I was running the ski school and stuff. Before the 2 world tournaments that I won, we got a skier coming. Yeah,
here's Marcel Brunet, up on the back deep, outside the wake. Needs about 1250 on this run. He's stuffing handle. Looks like he's going to do the loaded 1 foots. There's one. There's a reverse. They're 200 each. It's 600 points for Marcel. 1 foot, 1 hand, back toe for 200. There's 800 points. Reverse back toe. He's got 1,000. Going for a 1 foot, 1 hand. That's 1150. I think he's a little shy, but good stand-up pass. Marcel Brunet, Canada. I think he might have done 1150 on that pass. If that's the case, I think he's going to be just shy of Brian Heaney, but he's happy nonetheless. 2 stand-up passes, Marcel Brunet. We'll wait for the score from the boat, but my calculations, it might be a nice 2,000-point run, but I don't think he got 2,100. Okay, maybe some tricks at a time. Preliminary score, 1,800. 1,800 for Marcel Brunet. That puts him in a tie with Robbie Groh, New Zealand, for the number 2 position. We've got Brian Heaney, 2,100 point score. Preliminary this is, mind you, preliminary, but as it stands right now, Brian Heaney has got to get ready for a medal ceremony. He's going to be on a podium. The next 2 guys are going to determine where he stands and who else stands there with him. On the water, Doug Cusson, USA, I think Doug does the 4 turns, as I recall, in the preliminary round. But we got 2,100 Brian Heaney's score. Doug Cusson, 2,030 in the preliminary round, very close to that, 2,100. Down to the wire with the last 2 skiers. Yeah, we may have had a slight miscalculation on Marcel Brunet. We'll have to wait and see, but I believe he may have been at 2,000 points. We'll have to wait and get that. Right now it's Doug Cusson, USA. Looks like he's going to do a front deep. He is up outside the wake. 2-foot stand up. I think we might see some turns coming in the course here. Yeah, he's going to do a front to back. There it is. Got a little stretched out, but he hung on. Back to front. Going for the reverse. Reverse front to back. A little stretched out. Didn't get the handle. Lost it coming to the front. Doug Cusson, USA. I think he's going to get credit for 2 turns and the 2-foot start. Going to have trouble making up the extra points to get to that 2,100. All right. Right now, Doug Cusson, if there's no re-ride given for this, not that there needs to be or should be, but you can always hope if skier goes down that maybe there was a problem and there would be a re-ride option. But as we sit right now, Brian Heaney, 2,100 points. Marcel Brunet and Rob Groen tied at 1,800. Although there's a possible miscalculation or 200 points left off for Marcel Brunet, which may change his score up. No guarantee on that, but it's possible to change it up to 2,000. Doug Cousins in the water at the other end. It's not going to be a re-ride. I think he'd be about 500 points on that first pass with the 2 turns and the 2-foot start. He's got a long way to catch up if he's going to get to 2,100 and beyond. But we'll see. We'll probably see a back deep out of this, and maybe he get back into his turns if those are his specialty. That's where the points are. So he might opt to try to do the turns and amass some more points. You see 750? Okay, the boat's powering up, coming back into the course. Doug Cusson, back deep. He's planted. He's up. He bobbled a bit, and bounced off his chest there, went down, but he is up and outside the wake. Looks like he's going to grab the handle for line step position. Between his legs, there it is. Here's a 1-foot. Reverse 1-foot. There's a beautiful hop. Looks like a line step to the front. Feet to feet. Line front. 1 foot. Going for the toe hold. Doug Cusson brought it all out. Pass number 2. He may have just upped it there. We'll have to wait and see what the preliminary out of the boat is, but that could be very close to the 2,100 that Brian Heaney put up. Just looking at the points here, that's line step to the front. 450 just for the step to the front. You got a 200-point back deep. Wow. We have got a preliminary score from the bow for Doug Couson of 2,100 points. 2,100. We have a tie right now, preliminary. With Brian Heaney, Doug Couson for the biggest run of the tournament so far, or the event so far today. We've got one skier left. That's Jerry Canoyer, USA. Jerry sent out a commanding lead yesterday. He had a run of 4,100 points. So if Jerry can do even half of that today, he'll be close to the top of the podium. But right now, we've got a score change for Marcel Bernet. He's 2,000 points. Doug Couson, 2,100. Brian Heaney, 2,100. Marcel Bernet, 2,000, followed by Rob Groen, 1,800. We have one skier left on the dock, Jerry Canoyer. In the preliminary round, Jerry tricked 4,100 points. And Mike, you weren't here to see his run, but Jerry did 3 flips in a row. He did a wake-to-wake flip, came back in the wake, did a wake flip, and then a regular flip, all 3 in a row. And I've seen a lot of skiing and whatnot, and they were what I would call probably the best 3 flips I've ever seen. Not many guys ever did 3 in a row.
That's amazing. He did that here in the first
He did
round?
that here, and he's going to do it right now.
Oh my God. That's going to be fun.
He's going to do a flying start, and then his first trick is a wake-to-wake flip. Jerry Canoyer, last skier on the water. There's the flyer. The flyer. He is outside the wake. Looks like he might 1 foot stand up. That was just beautiful 1 foot stand up. But here he goes, Mike. He's gripping the handle. He's starting with a wake flip, and then a regular flip, double pump, regular flip. He made it. 1 foot, 1 hand, 1 foot, 1 hand. Tumble turn, 1 foot, reverse tumble, 1 foot stand up. I think you might have just seen your gold medal run right there. That's a toe hold. We'll have to see what the preliminary score is, but these flips are worth quite a few points. I think the somersault. $850 for the wake flip, $700 for the regular. That's $1,550 right there. I think he did a 150-point start. That's $1,700. Did a couple of a tumble turn, 18. He's close to the 2,100, just in one pass. Yesterday, Mike, I was telling you, he did a wake-to-wake flip, but I think today he decided I'm going to take the wake-to-wake flip out, because what if I do that? Because it's a pretty big trick. What if I do it? I don't make it. So he played it smart today. You might see him open up with it.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. That was amazing. That was a nice run.
That was a beautiful run. Interested to see the preliminary score. It's going to be very close to the 2,100. Doug Couson, Brian Heaney tied at 2,100 points. Marcel Bernet, 2,000. First pass for Jerry Canoyer. Didn't quite get that. No time on Jerry's first pass. Didn't enough to time it, but they are estimating it, I believe, to be around 2,000 points. We'll wait and see when he comes back. Second pass. My calculations here, the start was 150. 1,550 for the 2 flips. That's 1,700 points right there. I think he did at least 1 toe hold, maybe 2 toe holds. Tumble to 1. He's really very rarely close to that 2,100. If he can get looks like he's coming up frontwards. I think I'm right, Mike. I think he may get up forward and go for a wake-to-wake flip. I hope he's got 2,100 points already.
Yeah, Yeah, you'd think he'd be figuring it out. Does he need it?
Oh, there's a backwards. He's going backwards.
Yeah, yeah.
He's doing a back deep.
You don't
I think if he gets his start, he's in.
Yeah, you don't want to do more than you have to and do a wake-to-wake flip and miss it.
He's coming up on the back deep. He's up backwards. I think if we see Jerry Canora make at least a couple of tricks, he's going to be the gold medalist. There's a hop, 1 foot, reverse, going for a back toe. There's a back toe, recovered, back to front. Couldn't quite hang on. I'm going to say that he probably, hopefully more than likely, with the first few tricks, has gone into 2,100 points. Wait and see. Right now, wow, preliminary score, Jerry Canora, 2,600. I think we just saw your world champion run. It'll all get tightened down when it goes into the scores area, but if that's the case, Jerry Canora, 2,600. Tie for silver medal, Doug Cusson, Brian Heaney. Following them, if the tie stands, Marcel Brunet, 2,000 points, not on the podium. The 2 silver medals, no gold medal, or no bronze medal. But we'll have to wait and see once the scores get finalized. But let's give Jerry Canora preliminary score, puts you as the world champion in the trick event. There you go, Jerry. Great skiing, good strategy. And that's all the skiing for the day. We're going to do a medal ceremony. Give it some time. Give it about, at least 20, 30 minutes. They're just going to get the scores done for this event. Make sure everybody gets a chance to read your sheets and agree that everything's okay. And then we'll be doing our medal ceremony with the skiers from this event and all the other events today. But right now it looks like we got a tie for silver place, a gold medal run in this Senior 3 men's treks. We're going to take a short break and get back shortly with the medal ceremony. Thank you very much, Mike. Are you going to be here tomorrow and maybe answer a few more questions?
Sure. If you guys want to put up with me.
I'll put up with you another day.
All right.
Thank you for everything, Mike.
Thank you.
All right, just a note, we found sort of a small handheld camera, really tiny little camera on some sort of extendable pole. It's in the lost and found. If somebody lost a tiny little camera on what looked to be a handheld camera, Paul Stokes found it. It's in the lost and found. So if you see Paul Stokes, or somebody knows what lost and found is, you can talk to them. His scores is just going over some of the runs that just happened. Got some timing things, just making sure all the scores are correct before they post them and make them final. We'll be doing our medal ceremony in just a short period of time.
Hey y'all, there is ice cream at the boat ramp. Ice cream at the boat ramp.
All right, the results from the men's trick are getting posted. We're going to hand the awards out for that event tomorrow because there's a 30-minute period of protest period. So we're going to hand out the award for the senior 3 tricks tomorrow. There was another announcement I was supposed to make. I forgot it. I think it was Danny Bray is leading the charge here on hitting the head with 7. I'm following in with 5. Blake's got 2. So the results for the senior 3 men's trick results, they're official. They are posted. Jerry Canoyer, leader of the pack, 2,660. There's a tie for the bronze medal. Doug Cusson, hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Cusson, and Brian Heaney at 2,100. And then behind them, Marcel Bernet, 2,000 points. There's going to be 2 silver medals, 1 gold medal, no bronze medal awarded. The results are now posted. We'll be starting a medal ceremony shortly for the senior 4 men's tricks and the senior 2 men's slalom. Okay, we just got about another 15 minutes. The scores are posted for the last event. There's a 30-minute period for people to review your sheets and et cetera, et cetera. After that period is done, then we'll be able to start the medal ceremony and hand the medals out for the 3 events that were held today. Senior 4 men's tricks, Senior 2 slalom men, Senior 3 trick men. That'll be happening right around 4:25. All right, if everybody can make their way back over to the podium area, we're gonna start the awards presentation. We've had a period of time for our 30-minute period for the last event of the day. We are going to hand those medals out. The 30-minute period is expired, so if you can slowly make your way to the podium area. And when the awards are done, we would like to attempt to take a group photo somewhere. The group gathers together. We'll make another attempt tomorrow if we have to. But we'd like to make an attempt at group photo. We've got the professional photographers here. So we're going to hand out the medals. We're also going to do a group photo of everybody that's on site here at the Worlds. So slowly but surely, we'll get everybody to make their way to the awards ceremony area, and we will start the presentations. Jim Rollins, if you're on site, Jim Rollins, can you come up to the announcers area, please, and see Richard Gray? Jim Rollins. All right, if we can get everybody gathered around, we're close to starting this. We're going to start with the senior 4 men's tricks. And we've got a very special presenter, an ambassador of our sport for this event. He's a 2-time world overall champion. He's coached. I'll tell you, he's coached me or instructed me, as Mike was saying on the mic today. He's an instructor teacher. He didn't consider him a coach. He considered himself that he could teach any trick in the book. Innovator, Hall of Fame inductee. Mike Seipel is going to present the awards for this event. So, we got the awards ready. We're going to start. Okay, so we're ready to go. Men's 4 tricks. In this event, we had a tie for the silver medal position, which means we don't hand out a bronze, but there'll be 2 silver medalists. And the silver medalists that tied were Joe Knapp for the USA and Glenn Kinnear from the USA. Come on up. We're looking for Glenn Kinnear, USA. Well, we may have to do a redo on this. Glenn Kinnear, USA. Are you on site? Wow. All right. Glenn Kinnear does not appear to be nearby. The gold medalist in this event from the USA, Kevin Keith. Great job. Oh, great job, Joe Knapp, Kevin Keith. We're going to change some flags, and we're going to present the Senior 2 Slalom. We're going to ask Peter Franks, our homologator, to be the presenter. He's from Oceania, homologator, Australia Vice President, been a homologator of many World Championships. And the Rules Committee. He's the hardest working man in show business, as they say. So for the senior men's 2 slalom, in the bronze medal position from the USA, it's Eric Croyer. And from Australia, silver medalist Daniel Gathercole. Great. And in the Senior 2 Slalom, for the 2022 Masters World Championships winner from the USA, Paul Stokes. All right, your Senior 2 Slalom World Championship medalist. Right. Next up, we're going to present the Senior 3 Tricks. Jimmy Torres from the local organizing committee is going to present the medals. Jimmy, a founding member of the Austin Barefoot Club in 1985, was there when the club was founded, and he's still, every year, a member, still a big part of that club, still a big part of barefooting, not only in the southern region, but in the whole U.S. Jimmy Torres, one of the integral parts of this organizing committee. He's going to be handing the medals out. We had a tie again in this event for the silver position, and we had tied for silver Doug Cousin, USA, and Brian Heaney, USA. We got Doug Cousin. Get over there with Brian. Come on. There you are. Tied for the silver position, 2,100 points. Yeah. Our gold medalist from the United States, Jerry Canoyer. Great. We are going to attempt right now to have everybody together and get a group photo. We've got a professional photographer, and we're going to try to get everybody together to get a group photo. Correct? The sun needs to be in the proper spot, so our photographer might give us a little direction. Maybe it's right here in the tennis court area. If we can. Where would you like us? Okay, just follow the crowd to where they're going. Brian Heaney's organizing the photo. There you go, facing the sun. Sitting in the sand, standing on the wall, facing the lake. That's where the sun's going to get the most effect. He wants you between the flags, New Zealand and Australia maybe. If we can get everybody over there on the beach, wherever you can be, group photo. All right, you either got to be on the wall or in the sand, but we got to get everybody in a nice visible position for the photo. 2 rows in the sand, 3 rows in the sand, it's probably fine. But let's get everybody in there. Okay, it's going to look good. All right, thank you everyone. Great day of skiing. Tomorrow, 8 a.m. start with the competition. 8 a.m. start with the competition. (7:30) officials meeting. 7:30 officials meeting. Tomorrow, 8 a.m. start. Schedules on the website. 7:30 officials photo with official shirts and a briefing. 8 a.m. start. Schedule on the website.